All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we begin our Class 1 of our Junior Weather Dam contest, we have 24 entries in our first class, and our weights go from 46 pounds to 58 pounds. 46 pounds to 58 pounds. As we begin our competition today, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce to you the gentleman that will be evaluating our livestock today is Dr. Scott Greiner from Christiansburg, Virginia. Scott is a professor and extension specialist at the School of Animal Sciences at Virginia Tech University. In Blacksburg, Virginia. Scott has judged national shows, state fairs, county shows, and multiple species in over 35 states and internationally, including several here at the North American. Scott has served as a superintendent of the National Collegiate Livestock Contest here at the North American. He and his wife, Lori, currently reside in Christiansburg, Virginia, and have raised both of their adult daughters through the Junior Livestock Program. Ladies and gentlemen, please join with me and give a big Kentucky welcome to my dear friend, Dr. Scott Greiner from Christiansburg, Virginia. Also today, competitors, we need all of your weights due on our market goats by 2 o'clock again today. If you have not turned in your weights on your market goats, please do so. We need all of those done by 2 o'clock so that we can get everything prepared for tomorrow. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our judge has gone through our class today, and he has pulled out the animals that he wants to sort through as the rest of these are dismissed. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate each of these exhibitors for coming to the North America this year. Okay, guys, before our judge makes his comments today, as we leave the ring today, contestants, we're going to leave to out the north end, okay? We've got too much congestion going back here, so when he gets done giving his reasons, I want you all to please leave out the north end, please, okay?
Well, good morning. Certainly my pleasure to have the opportunity to join you today and have the opportunity to work through a doe show, a really high-quality class to get us started, as I'm sure all our classes will be in divisions, and really looking forward to it. I think a really nice set here in the top 5. There's certainly give and take as I evaluate them and put them together. I guess one thing that I think I'm fairly comfortable in is a young lady's doe that's going to win the class. She's just really high quality in terms of putting together the pieces. She's ultra good in terms of the way she balances. She's got an awesome silhouette from the side for a lightweight. She's still very youthful in terms of her body design and appearance. She's one that's ultra good as you get your hands on her in terms of her touch and her top shape. And I think we put them in motion. She's the one that's most comfortable. She's the one that's the most athletic. She's the one that has the most presence when we get her out and travel her. Now, she's not as big-ribbed. She's not as bulky-middled. She's not as massive from her shoulder to twist as the doe that we've got coming in second. That is a powerful, powerful female that certainly has a lot of neat pieces about her. I get just a little critical of her in terms of her neck set. I don't know that she's quite as balanced. I don't know her front third is quite as extended. I don't know that she is quite as correct in terms of her shoulder rib cage hookup, quite as good in terms of the way the neck sets out of her top end. But man, she's got a lot of muscular shape and a lot of body and a lot of dimension. And still, when we put her in motion, I think she's acceptable. She's got a lot more true width of skeleton. She's bigger at the ground. She's just got more substance about her in terms of sheer body width and capacity than the doe that comes in there third. That's an awfully nice one. That's performance oriented. She's big ribbed. She's got a really productive appearance. To me, she's just a little frailer. To me, she's a little narrower as you study her all the way through compared to that top pair. I thought from fourth through about sixth or seventh was really close decisions, like the balance of the doe that comes in here fourth. I think she's very youthful. She's a lighter doe in this particular class. Just needs a little more to her in terms of total substance. Maybe like to give her just a notch more flexibility in terms of her knee, but I thought she held herself together better in terms of her chest floor, her neck set, and her balance compared to the bigger, stouter doe that's in fifth that gets just a little plainer and a little piecier. Congratulate these kids, if you would, please. Excellent Class 1.
Thank you, Dr. Greiner. Placing first in Class 1 of our Weather Dam show is entry 391, exhibited by Kaysen McAfee from Quinlan, Texas. Her doe weighed 56 pounds. Second in that class is entry 53, exhibited by Bailey Bishop from Spencer, Ohio, and Bailey's doe weighed 54 pounds. Third in that class, entry 280, Callie Hughes from Lafayette, Georgia. Fourth, entry 276, Aiden Howe from Curo, Texas. Fifth, entry 278, Addie Hughes, Lafayette, Georgia. Sixth, entry 85, Kylie Burns from Eastland, Texas. Seventh, entry 354, Lainey Lee from Comer, Georgia. Eighth, entry 94, Carly Christian from Royston, Georgia. Ninth, entry 97, Carly Christian from Royston, Georgia. 10th, entry 485, Madeline Roberts from Alto, Georgia. 11th, entry 290, Drake Johnson from Royal, Arkansas. And 12th, entry 392, Macy McAfee from Quinlan, Texas. Entering the ring now is Class 2 of your junior Weather Dam does. We have 29 entries in this class, and judge, our weights go from 59 pounds to 67 pounds. 59 pounds to 67 pounds. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our judge has pulled his cut. And as we excuse the remainder of our class, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate each of these young people for bringing their projects to the North American this year. Thank you, guys. Great job. Attention in the barn, we need Class 3. All entries for Class 3 to the makeup ring, please. And if you're in Class 4, let's be bringing those to the makeup ring also.
Super nice class here in Class 2, and a lot of quality up here on the top end. I'd be the first to admit to you they're not exactly the same, but I think as we pick them apart and we evaluate what we like and the thing or two we'd like to change, we surface on these 5 pretty quickly for me, and let's describe the differences. The one that starts, I think, one that suits me really well in terms of her body shape and her kind. I think she's a little bigger in terms of her rib. No question, she's stouter and more opened up at the ground. She's got more natural with the skeleton than the doe that comes in there second. And I think amongst the top end here that we're playing with, I think she's adequate in terms of the way she gets out and travels. Does she have the extension up front? Is she quite as flexible as the doe that comes in second? Probably not, but I think she's got that extra bulk and mass, and I think you consider that and you put together the way she's made in her skeleton, I think an awfully high quality one that's got a lot of good to her. Young lady, solid white doe. That one's just very, very complete. I love her in terms of the way she's constructed. She's really good at the ground. She's really flexible. Her lines are excellent. Her underline is perfect. She's really elevated and tall fronted. Maybe just not quite as opened up right behind her shoulder. She's not quite as good right there in her forearm, maybe at the base of her chest and in her forerib compared to the doe we start with. But I think her pieces are more balanced. I think she's more proportional. No question she's better in her top line and out of her hip than the doe that comes in third. 3, 4, and 5, I think there's give and take there for sure. At times, I like this doe in third. There's times where she gets awfully piecey, like right now in terms of her top line. She's a little tall at the top of her shoulder relative to right there over her rib cage. She gets just a little high in her jump muscle. I think she gets out and moves, but maybe not as flexible as the one right in front of her. The black-headed doe is certainly very broody. She's big rib. She's got lots of dimension. I love that about her. I think she's very productive in terms of the way she's put together. At the same time, she's a little plainer as you study her front third. When we put her in motion, she's a little tighter in terms of her overall construction. She's not quite as elegant as we study her right there through her shoulder, at the base of her neck, and the way she elevates up front. To me, she's fresher. To me, she's got more rib shape, and she's got more natural body width and travels more natural with the skeleton than the doe that comes in fifth. She's really nice in terms of her balance. She's tall-fronted. She's a doe that certainly has some structural integrity about her. She's a little bit staler, a little bit plainer. Just like to open her up a notch relative to that top end, but a high-quality doe nonetheless. Give these kids a nice hand. Excellent group in Class 2.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in Class 2 of our junior Wether does is entry 334, Harper Langston from Luther, Oklahoma. And Harper's doe weighed 67 pounds. Second in that class is entry 492, Dakota Rowe from Strathmore, California, and her doe weighed 64 pounds. Third in that class is entry 170, Raina Epley from Wilson, Texas. Fourth, entry 88, Teller Cabe from Carnesville, Georgia. Fifth, entry 445, Macon Parker from Newton Grove, North Carolina. Sixth, entry 401, Maya McCoy from Bloomingburg, Ohio. Seventh, entry 10, Emily Adams from Baldwin, Georgia. Eighth, entry 52, Riley Bigner from Prairie Grove, Arkansas. Ninth, entry 87, Deacon Cabe from Carnesville, Georgia. 10th, entry 300, Luke Keener from Cleveland, Georgia. 11th, entry 448, Breeley Patrick from Guyton, Georgia. 12th, entry 116, Viley Cook from Holdenville, Oklahoma. In the ring now is Class 3. This is Class 3 of your Wether Dam competition. We have 22 entries in this class, and our weights go from 68 pounds to 71 pounds. 68 pounds to 71 pounds. Exhibitors, we need all entries for Class 4. All entries, Class 4, to the makeup ring, please. Also, exhibitors, we need all weights. All weights for our market goats for tomorrow's show are due by 2 p.m. today. Also, releases will be given at the completion of the show. At the completion of the show, Releases will then be issued. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our judge has made his pull for Class 3 as our remainder of our exhibitors exit. Let's put our hands together and congratulate each of these exhibitors for coming to this year's North American. Thank you, guys. Great job. Attention in the barn. We need all entries for Class 4. Class 4 to the makeup ring immediately.
Well, congratulations to our young people. A nice class again. I think a little more give and take in this particular lineup. Maybe some different ways we could go, depending on exactly where you land in terms of some of the pieces that these does offer. They're high quality and a lot of fun to sort through. The one that suits me best is the spot top doe here. I think she's very, very complete. What I like about her, I think she puts that extra proportionality, that extra rib dimension and shape, and yet is balanced and good in her look and refined enough, and puts it on the best skeleton and has the most presence and athleticism when we turn them loose. I think she's more correct from the hock down. I think she's more comfortable out of her rear foot than the doe in second. She's got a little more slope and angle up front. She's not as bulky ribbed. She's not as massive. She's not as powerfully built as the doe we got in second. She's not as extended and tall fronted as the doe that we got in third, but I think she puts all those pieces together extremely well. The doe in second, I love her rib shape. I love her handle. I love the dimension that she's got from shoulder to twist, and really opens up nice in her forearm and chest floor. She's proportional and balanced from the side. We put her in motion. She fights a little bit. She's not as athletic and comfortable from the hock down. Maybe it's just ever so slightly as less comfortable as you study her shoulder and knee. But I think she's got a little more to her. I think she's longer hip. I think she's better in terms of her top line than the doe that we got coming in third. I think you get her on the three-quarter view, there's just more of her in terms of substance. The light-headed doe's really nice when we get her gathered up and she cooperates. She can give you an awesome silhouette. She's a little tighter off both ends, and of that top trio, she's the doe that maybe is just a little flatter in her overall makeup. But compared to the doe in fourth, I like her assembly, I like her balance, I like her silhouette, I like her proportionality better, particularly as you study her front third. The doe that we got coming in fourth, awfully big ribbed. I love the amount of substance that she has. She's just a little plainer as you study her up front. Her front third, we just need to jack her up. We need to make her more comfortable. We need to make her more up-headed. We need to make her more balanced, particularly when we put her in motion. That doe that comes in fifth on the other end of the spectrum, she's ultra tall fronted. She's ultra good in her lines, a little frailer at the ground, and you put her up here amongst the top five, just not quite enough of her in terms of rib shape and total body dimension. Congratulations to these young people. Another excellent set of does.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in Class 3 of our Weather Dam show is entry 350, exhibited by Everett Lee from Comer, Georgia, and Everett's doe weighed 71 pounds. Second in that class is entry 287, Chelsea Huss from Lee, Illinois, and Chelsea's doe weighed 69 pounds. Third in that class is entry 409, Erica McWhirт, Frankfort, Indiana. Fourth in that class, entry 570, Levi Wechter from Ligonier, Indiana. Fifth, entry 360, Paxton Lemoyne from Brandon, Mississippi. Sixth, entry 17, Jillian Albrecht, Marshall, Michigan. Seventh, entry 72, Colton Bremke from Wellington, Ohio. Eighth, entry 286, Lily Hunter, Cleveland, Georgia. Ninth, entry 351, Harper Lee from Comer, Georgia. 10th, entry 594, Alexis Wills from Georgetown, Delaware. And 11th, entry 469, Kinsley Prosser from Fredericktown, Ohio. In the ring now is Class 4. Class 4 of our Weather Dams. We have 20 entries in this class. Our weights go from 72 pounds to 74 pounds. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division I champion and reserve Weather Dam. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division I champion and reserve. All class winners and seconds to the makeup ring, please, from classes 1, 2, and 3. First call, Class 5, Weather Dams. First call, Class 5. Ladies and gentlemen, as our exhibitors are excused from the ring that did not make our top cut, let's put our hands together and congratulate each of these exhibitors for coming to this year's North American. Great job, guys. We need all first and second place winners from classes 1, 2, and 3. We will be selecting Division I champion in reserve immediately following Class 4. Please bring all your first and second place finishers from classes 1, 2, and 3 to the makeup ring, please. Again, first call for Class 5. Class 5, Weather Dams to the makeup ring.
What an awesome class. All the way through, lots of quality out here. And this top pair is really, really, really good. I told those two young ladies they're both phenomenal does that put a lot of things together in terms of quality. They're ultra good in terms of their balance and their silhouette and the presence they have. They both got enough bulk and dimension about them. Both of them got an extra good look about them, and congratulations to both of them. There's a little give and take there, and I think the doe that we start with at the end of the day, the longer they're out here, I think her pieces just fit together and nickel better. We put them in motion. I think she's just a little more comfortable right up front than the doe that we got in second. She's the one that's a little more elevated up front. She's a little neater in terms of her neck. She's a little better right at the base of her chest. I think she's a notch better right behind her shoulder in terms of her shoulder fitting into her rib cage, maintaining that dead level top line, tail set, just ultra good in that regard. She's got enough mass about her. She's not as bulky ribbed. She's not as opened up in her loin. She's not as big twisted or as dimensional when you get right behind them as the doe that we've got in second. But she's got that extra wow factor and really put together in terms of a good balance and skeleton and a good set of running gear. Congratulations to that young lady. Really an excellent doe that suits me extremely well is the doe in second. As we just mentioned, she's got a little extra rib. She's a little bigger chested. She's a little wider pin and has just a notch more substance. She doesn't want to get quite as comfortable when we put them in motion to be ultra critical. She dips just ever so slightly right behind her shoulder relative to that front doe and isn't quite as extreme in terms of her side view as we compare her. But again, tremendous doe that's got a tremendous amount of quality. I like this doe in third as well. And I think on the standstill, this doe competes with our top end. She's ultra good. She's presented extremely well. Congratulations to that young lady and her crew behind the scenes. She is maxed out. She's big ribbed. She's stout. Her trouble is we put her in motion. She's a little tight in her spine. She's a little harder moving off both ends on a relative basis. Just need to make her a notch more athletic to make her more competitive with that top pair. But her pieces fit together better than the doe that we got coming in fourth. She's better in her shoulder. She's better in her top line in terms of her jump muscle and her levelness of hip compared to the doe we got in fourth. I like a lot of things about this doe in fourth. She's got a lot of neat pieces. She is extremely muscular and hard and shapely when you put your hands on her. She's very muscular, very expressive in that regard, and for having that much substance, she still moves pretty well. Her problem is her pieces are just a little rough. She doesn't have the balance and symmetry in terms of her lines of those does that we previously talked about. Awfully nice doe in fifth in a very competitive class. Just very practical, good rib, good body, good on its feet and legs, just not quite as much substance relative to our top four. Give these kids a hand, tremendously high quality set.
Thank you, Dr. Greiner. Placing first in Class 4 is entry 183, Charlie Flack from Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Her doe weighed 73 pounds. Second in that class is entry 573, Aubrey Welch from Lincolnton, Georgia. Her doe weighed 72 pounds. Third was entry 551, Dakota Thurman from Roosevelt, Oklahoma. Fourth, entry 468, Jordan Pritchett from Maysville, Georgia. Fifth, entry 323, Jake Knoll from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. Sixth, entry 558, Hunter Townsend from Philippi, West Virginia. Seventh, entry 446, Bailey Patrick from Guyton, Georgia. Eighth, entry 504, Mason Scott from Frazeysburg, Ohio. Ninth, entry 583, Sawyer Wilkins from Mount Crawford, Virginia. 10th, entry 517, Megan Smith McCurley from Asheville, Ohio. 11th, entry 337, Haley Lanham from Kincaid, Kansas. And 12th, entry 254, Caitlin Hewitt from Reedsville, North Carolina. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now ready to select our Division I champion and reserve champion, Wether Dam. Your class winner from Class 1 is entry 391, Kaysen McAfee from Quinlan, Texas. Your Class 2 winner was entry 334, Harper Langston from Luther, Oklahoma. Your Class 3 champion is entry 350, Everett Lee from Comer, Georgia. And your Class 4 champion, entry 183, Charlie Flack from Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Second in Class 1 is entry 53, exhibited by Bailey Bishop from Spencer, Ohio. Second in Class 2, entry 492, Dakota Rowe from Strathmore, California. Second in Class 3, entry 287, Chelsea Huss from Lee, Illinois. And second in Class 4, entry 573, Aubrey Welch from Lincolnton, Georgia. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate all of our first and second place Wether Dams in our first division. Attention in the barn, we're about to select our division champion and reserve. We need all entries for Class 5. Class 5 Wether Dams to the makeup ring, please.
Thought we had a really nice Division I to get us started, and looking forward to the day. Lots of quality out here. We started that first class, and the young lady brought us a doe that handled that class pretty well. Certainly one that's balanced. She's attractive. She's really neat in terms of her profile. You get her out here, we'd level her up a little bit in terms of her hip structure. We'd set her hind leg just maybe ever so slightly different, but in that particular lightweight class, she certainly exuded a lot of quality. The one that was second to her is a little on the other end of the spectrum. She's ultra bulky, ultra big ribbed, ultra stout, so much so that she gets just a little lower set as you study her in terms of her profile, but a nice pair. The doe that won Class 2, we talked in class. I love her body shape. She's big ribbed. She's got lots of power as you study her from shoulder to twist, and yet a nice shoulder and a good neck set. And her pieces fit together right to have that much power and body dimension. I don't read her to be the biggest one in this particular set, but as a Wether Dam, she's plenty big enough. I love her front end skeletal structure in terms of slope of shoulder. She points north and south like she should. If we're going to be a little critical, I don't know if she's quite as exotic from the side view as the two heavyweights in terms of her extension. Maybe square her up ever so slightly right out of her hind leg, but she maintains a lot of base width, a lot of skeletal integrity. She's got tremendous quality and ultra fresh. The one that was second to her, a little more extreme in terms of her pattern, but a really good structured feminine doe. It's got a lot of quality as well. Class 3, just a good solid meat and potatoes doe. She's big ribbed, she's stout, she's sound, maybe just a nickel plainer in terms of her silhouette as I compare her to our other class winners, but we could make that kind all day long, go on and make Wether. She'll sure do it. The one that was second to her, maybe just a notch stouter, but a little more rigid as we study your rear pastern, and maybe a little tighter as you study your front end structure. We just talked about those two heavyweights. They fit together well. They're a little bigger. They're a little more extended. Both of them are extremely elegant from the side. We got just a little more presence in the doe that won the class, a little more bulk in the doe that was second. We talked about both of them. They could be just a little better in terms of their shoulder design. They could be just a little more flexible as we watch them move. Maybe aren't quite as bulky as that doe that won Class 2 in terms of body shape, but that's the trio I really like, is the doe that wins Class 2 and our two heavyweights. Not exactly the same, but tremendously good quality. We're going to name two. Put your hands together for these young people. Really a good set.
And selected as your champion Division I Wether Doe is your champion from Class 2, entry 334. This is Miss Harper Langston from Luther, Oklahoma. Congratulations, Harper. And your reserve champion is your champion from Class 4, entry 183, Miss Charlie Flack from Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Congratulations to both of these young ladies. In the ring now is Class 5. This is Class 5 Wether Dams. We have 22 entries in this class, and our weights go from 75 pounds to 78 pounds. Attention in the barn, Class 5 Wether Dams are in the ring. Let's bring Class 6 to the makeup ring, please. Class 6 Wether Dams to the makeup ring, please. Once again, all weights are due by 2 o'clock today on all market goats. All market goat weights are due in the office by 2 o'clock today. Thank you. as our judge has pulled his top cut and excuses the remainder of the class. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate each of these exhibitors for bringing their great projects to the North American. Thank you, guys. Great job. Attention in the barn, we need all entries for Class 6. Class 6, you're going to be late for your class. Please get to the makeup ring.
Well, again, an excellent set of does to work through, and I think one we start with is certainly very striking in several regards. Man, she has put together in terms of the way she's assembled. I love her in terms of her balance and her presence. We put them in motion. She maintains tremendous balance and symmetry when she gets out here and travels. She travels straight and true. She's flexible off both ends. She's got a nice rib cage about her. She's youthful in terms of her balance, and she's really fresh. Just gives you that extra dimension compared to the does that we got in second and third. I think she's a little bigger ribbed, a little stouter in terms of her feature. I think she's more comfortable in motion than the doe that we put in second. Arguably, the doe in second's maybe just a little more shapely right over her loin edge, maybe just a little more expressive, a little harder muscled, if I can use that term, but certainly from the ground up isn't quite as stout, maybe doesn't give us quite that body shape and overall presence of the doe that we've gotten first. But I think the does in second are both extremely good. They're well built, they're muscular, they're square, they're does that are sound enough in their skeleton. The doe in second compared to third, I think, is better in terms of her shoulder design. I think she's better from knee to ground than the doe that we got in third. When I get my hands on them, the doe I really like in here is third. She's really shapely over her rack. She's really good in her loin edge, ultra good in terms of her pin set. When we stop her, I think her pieces fit together really nicely in terms of her chest floor and her underline and her symmetry. She's a little outside herself ever so slightly as we study her shoulder design and we watch her move out of her front end. The doe that we've got coming in fourth, again, very highly presented. Young lady's done a great job with her. From her hip forward, that doe has tremendous quality in terms of rib shape, in terms of width of chest, in terms of forerib dimension. She gets a little shorter and steeper out of her hip. She's a little outside herself in terms of her front end skeleton. We need to fix the way that she's designed in those two aspects. The doe that comes in there fifth, another high quality doe. It's got tremendous balance and completeness, just not quite enough of her in terms of width of pins and in terms of rib shape relative to her contemporaries. Nice class. Congratulations to these young people.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in Class 5 of our Weather Dam show is entry 486, Elise Robinette from Jay, Oklahoma. Elise's doe weighed 78 pounds. Second in that class is entry 525, Kinsey Statmiller from Dayton, Pennsylvania. Her doe weighed 75 pounds. Third in that class, entry 521, Jaylee Sparks from Wilburton, Oklahoma. Fourth, entry 434, Brooklyn Moore, Panito, Indiana. Fifth, entry 369, Isabel Lowry from Stillwater, Oklahoma. Sixth, entry 420, Alexa Miles from McDonald, Pennsylvania. Seventh, entry 548, Blakely Thompson from Arkadelphia, Arkansas. Eighth, entry 524, Shelby Sprague from Kincaid, Kansas. Ninth, entry 533, Tessa Stone from Roston, Arkansas. 10th, entry 194, Delaney Gaff from Leota, Indiana. And 11th, entry 562, Tegan Walker from Michigantown, Indiana. In the ring now is Class 6. This is Class 6 of our Weather Dam show. We have 26 entries in this class. Our weights go from 79 pounds to 81 pounds. 79 pounds to 81 pounds. Attention in the barn, Class 6 is in the ring. We need all entries for Class 7 to the makeup ring, please. All entries, Class 7 to the makeup ring, please. Ladies and gentlemen, our judges pulled his top cut as we excuse the remainder of the class. Once again, let's put our hands together and show these young people our appreciation for all their hard work and putting their projects and bringing them to the North American. Thank you, guys. Great job. Attention in the barn, we're making our final pull on Class 6. We need all entries. Class 7 to the makeup ring. Class 7, let's get everybody to the makeup ring, please.
Well, nice class, and I think it, for me, it quickly becomes a top pair and two really high-quality does, and both of them have a lot of quality, and they're close. There's some give and take in here as I evaluate them. The doe we start with, man, I really like her from this view. You study her in terms of the way she's elevated, got her chest floor up in her. She's good in terms of her lines. Her underline is excellent. She really has a long front end and really neat in terms of the way she balances. And then uniquely, when you get on top of them, she's the one that's actually more shapely as you study her muscularity over her rack and over her loin edge compared to the doe that we got in second. I'm not sure I'd guess that from this particular view because she's a little more extreme in terms of her pattern on the side view. I think they're very similar in terms of their skeletal design and structure. The doe in second arguably is just a little deeper in her forerib and flank, maybe just a little bulkier in terms of her body shape, if I can use that terminology. You get on top of her, though, through her hind saddle, she's a little narrower over her loin edge. She doesn't have quite the dimension and hard muscle shape the doe in first does. Really a nice pair. Young people have done a great job. I love this doe in third as well. I think from the standstill, I think she fits with the top two in terms of the way she's opened up, in terms of the way she touches and handles. Unfortunately, we put her in motion. She's the most restricted of that top trio. She's the least athletic. She's the least comfortable in motion. Just need to make her go a little better to be more competitive with that top pair. But in terms of the one that's made right, in terms of her body shape, her muscularity, still balanced, still refined, still feminine enough, she's got a lot of nice pieces. From her hip forward, the doe that comes in fourth, really a nice one in terms of being big in terms of her chest floor. She's really expansive in terms of her rib cage. She's got a tremendous amount of power to her. She's short and steep out her hip. She doesn't handle herself well enough out of her hind leg structure to move her up in the top trio. The doe we got in fifth, just a really solid one. She's not quite as fuzzy. She's not as highly presented. Young man's done a great job. She's good on her feet and legs. She's got some muscular shape. She's fresh. She's got a doughy look about her. Just like to fancy her up a little bit. Give her just a notch more presence and substance relative to our top end. Good set of does all the way through. Congratulations to all the young people.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in Class 6 of our Weather Dam show is entry 107, exhibited by Reese Coleman from Watonga, Oklahoma, and Reese's doe weighed 81 pounds. Second in that class is entry 429, exhibited by Gavin Molnar from Grantville, Pennsylvania. Doe weighed 79 pounds. Third in that class, entry 256, Caitlin Hewitt from Reedsville, North Carolina. Fourth, entry 356, Mallory Lee from Comer, Georgia. Fifth, entry 532, Coulter Steinkamp from Bogart, Georgia. Sixth, entry 339, Olivia Lanke from Bedford, Pennsylvania. Seventh, entry 156, Coulter Evo from Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan. Eighth, entry 20, Marley Albrecht from Marshall, Michigan. Ninth, entry 248, Michaela Henning from Camden, Ohio. 10th, entry 371, Riley Lucas, Bethesda, Ohio. And 11th, entry 338, Haley Lanham from Kincaid, Kansas. Entering the ring now is Class 7. Class 7 of our Wether Dam show. We have 24 entries in this class, and our weights go from 82 pounds to 83 pounds. 82 pounds to 83 pounds. Attention in the barn, Class 7 is in the ring. We need all entries for Class 8. All entries, Class 8, to the makeup ring, please. All of you exhibitors that are showing market goats tomorrow, we need all your weights into the office by 2 o'clock today. All weights need to be turned in by 2 o'clock today. Ladies and gentlemen, our judge has made his poll on this class, and as the rest of the exhibitors are excused, let's put our hands together and show these kids our great appreciation for all their hard work. Guys, great job today, and thanks for coming to the North American. Attention in the barn. Our judge has made his final pull on Class 7. We need all entries for Class 8 to the makeup ring, please. All entries. Class 8 to the makeup ring, please. All right. She's a rock star. How far do you guys live from where Jeffrey? Attention in the barn, I've been brought to my attention, we need to grab the correct back tags for each of your entries. Let's ensure that you're making the right back tags and you've got the correct back tag on your halter as we show your entry. We're getting a few of those that are not correct. We just want to make sure you've got the correct number for the correct entry, please.
We just keep bringing good ones to us, and lots of fun and good does all the way through, and really a nice top end in this particular class. And I think 3 or 4 of them here that I like extremely well in terms of their quality. That said, I think a doe that's awfully nice as we get her out and lead her. A doe that's athletic. I think she's built right from the ground up. She's big rib. She's fresh in terms of her appearance. You get out here on the outside and you kind of look at that top pair, and they're similar in terms of their silhouette, body shape, sweep to their underline, levelness of hip. You get on top of them, and folks, it's not close in terms of muscularity, in terms of touch, and real muscle shape from shoulder to twist. This doe in first is excellent. And then you put that kind of running gear under them and the kind of balance that she has, she's awfully nice. Could you stretch her out ever so slightly in terms of her length of top? Maybe, but again, a doe that's got a tremendous amount of good. I like this doe in second awfully well. As in addition, on the standstill in particular, I love her rib shape. I love her presence. I love her body design. She's just a little narrower as you study her right up high. I think you put them in motion, she's a little tighter off both ends of her skeleton than the doe that we used to win the class. What I do like about her compared to the doe in third, I think she's taller at the top of her shoulder. I think her chest floor is better. I think she's a little trimmer in terms of her neck. I think she gives us a little more balance from the side. This third one is very powerful from the ground up. She's big-footed. She's well presented. She's highly fitted. She got lots of substance, and she's certainly muscular and bulky, no question about that. She wants to run downhill ever so slightly. I jack her up just a little bit. I don't think she's quite as comfortable in motion in addition, but she's got a little more to her just in terms of mass and substance. This doe in four's awfully nice. She's got a lot of real muscle shape about her, certainly some breeding value there in terms of muscular shape and hardness of touch. She's a little frailer at the ground. She's maybe not quite as good in her flank line, maybe not quite as neat in terms of her top line. Young lady's doe, we move up in fifth, just a nice one in terms of being big-bodied, stout and muscular. She's a little upright in terms of her shoulder, maybe not quite as much balance in terms of her front third. Congratulations to the young people, another very competitive class.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in Class 7 of our Weather Dam show is entry 455, exhibited by Paige Pence, New Carlisle, Ohio. Paige's doe weighed 83 pounds. Second in that class is Jaylee Sparks from Wilburton, Oklahoma. Jaylee's doe weighed 82 pounds. Third is entry 399. Actually, she had back tag 407. So 407, Maya McCoy from Bloomingburg, Ohio. Fourth is entry 515, Carissa Smith, Toccoa, Georgia. Fifth, entry 397, Cody McComb, Pratt, Kansas. Sixth, entry 007, exhibited by Emily Adams, Baldwin, Georgia. Seventh, entry 531, Coulter Steinkamp from Bogart, Georgia. Eighth, entry 198, Hannah Giesemann from Cullen, Virginia. Ninth, entry 006, Brody Adams from Muncie, Indiana. And 10th, entry 527, Addie Stanwyck, Jackson, Nebraska. Entering the ring now is Class 8. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division II champion and reserve champion, Weather Dam. We have 27 entries in this class, and our weights are from 84 pounds to 87 pounds. 84 pounds to 87 pounds. Again, for all of you market goat exhibitors, we need all of your weights turned in by 2 o'clock today. Thank you. This is the first call for Class 9. Class 9 weather dams to the makeup ring, please. First call, Class 9 weather dams to the makeup ring, please. Ladies and gentlemen, our judge has made his pull for this class, and as we excuse our exhibitors, let's once again put our hands together and show these young people our great appreciation for all their hard work and coming to the North American. Guys, great job today. Thank you for being at the North American. Attention in the ring, or attention in the barn. We need all first and second place finishers in classes 5, 6, and 7 to the makeup ring, please. All first and second place finishers in classes 5, 6, and 7 to the makeup ring. We will have a division following this class. This is your second call for Class 9, second call. Class 9, let's be bringing all of those dams up to all those does to the makeup ring, please. Class 9. Once again, we need all first and seconds to the makeup ring from classes 5, 6, and 7. We do have a division following this class. Attention in the barn, I need Reese Coleman, class winner from Class 6, to the makeup ring, please. Reese Coleman, please come to the makeup ring immediately.
It's been a really fun division, and we got another pair that come in this class that are tremendously good. These both hit me really hard when they came in the ring, and they still do. There's some give and take for sure. They're both extremely good, maybe excel in little different pieces as I evaluate them, and I don't know that you go wrong using either one of them. And the one we start with, that girl is just built so good in my mind. I love her when you put her in motion, the way she maintains that balance and symmetry that she's got right there. She stays exactly the same. She's really fluid. Her feet run north and south. She's really comfortable in her movement. She's really fresh, yet you put your hands on her. She's got muscular shape, as a Wether dam does. At the same time, she still has balance. She's not coarse. Just an awfully nice doe in my mind. Now, if we could get a little picky, I'd maybe just clean her up in her throat just a little bit. She's a little thicker necked, perhaps, than the black-headed doe that we have coming in second. She is big-ribbed and is massive right through her center body, and forerib is the doe in second. She's not. I think the black-headed one is more massive in that particular regard. But, man, she's just so complete and has so many cool pieces and blends together so nicely. I love this black-headed one, too. In terms of body shape, in terms of mass to her forerib and center body, openness of chest floor, and yet for that much substance and mass, she's still very comfortable in terms of the way she travels. I don't know that she's quite as correct out of her front end in terms of her front feet pointing north and south as the doe we start the class with. I don't know that she's quite as stout at the ground as the doe we start with, but man, that's an awfully good one to be second, and that young lady does a great job. Now the doe that comes in third, I think she competes just from a mass and substance standpoint. She's really good bodied. She's really muscular. She's a little plainer featured, maybe just a little flatter in terms of her forerib shape. She's shorter and steeper out of her hip than the pair that we've talked about, and we need to fix that. And I don't know that she's quite as elegant. I think there's more natural muscularity. I think there's more shape to the center and lower part of her stifle compared to the doe we got in third. For sure, she has longer hip than the doe in third. Fourth, the doe in fourth from her hip forward. I like her in terms of her rib shape, her chest floor. She's short and steep out of her hip. She needs more natural muscle in terms of pin set and in terms of body width as you study her from behind. Young lady's got a nice doe that comes in fifth, just really solid. She's good on her feet and legs. She certainly handles with some shape. She's feminine, just needs a notch more to her in terms of total substance relative to our top end, but a high quality doe in her own right. Congratulations to these young people here as we conclude Division 2.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in Class 8 is entry 178, J.C. Falkenstein from Oswego, Kansas. Her doe weighed 85 pounds. Second in that class is entry 552, Dakota Thurman from Roosevelt, Oklahoma. Her doe weighed 85 pounds. Third goes to entry 188, Sydney Fowler, Montgomery, Michigan. Fourth, entry 191, Kayla Fox, Marquette, Kansas. Fifth, entry 428, Kinsley Miller from Marion, Ohio. Sixth, entry 239, Laura Hayes, Kingwood, West Virginia. Seventh, entry 141, Ethan Dowell from Boswell, Indiana. Eighth, entry 169, Raina Epley from Wilson, Texas. Ninth, entry 55, Courtney Blagg from Nowata, Oklahoma. And 10th, entry 440, Calista Olivier from Jay, Oklahoma. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now ready to select our Division II champion and reserve champion, Wether Dam. Your Class 5 winner is entry 486, Elise Robinette from Jay, Oklahoma. Your Class 6 champion, entry 107, Reese Coleman from Watonga, Oklahoma. Your Class 7 champion, entry 455, Paige Pence, New Carlisle, Ohio. And your Class 8 winner, entry 178, J.C. Falkenstein from Oswego, Kansas. Second in Class 5 was entry 525, Kinsey Statmiller from Dayton, Pennsylvania. Your Class 6, second place was 429, Gavin Molnar from Grantville, Pennsylvania. Second in Class 7, entry 520, Jaylee Sparks, Wilburton, Oklahoma. And second in Class 8 was entry 552, Dakota Thurman, Roosevelt, Oklahoma. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate each of our champion and reserves in our respective classes. Attention in the barn, we need all entries for Class 9. All entries, Class 9, to the makeup ring, please.
Folks, I'll admit to you, I knew this deal was going to be good. We're only on Division II, and these things are incredibly good. First and second, all 4 classes, just extremely high quality does. They've been a lot of fun to sort, and I'll be honest with you, I'm not sure I can go wrong here. There's 3 of them in here which I think are killer good. They're not exactly the same. They're all extremely high quality. They've each got a piece or 2 that I think they excel. They're contemporaries. We're just going to get to name 2. I'll tell you which 3 they are. The young lady that wins Class 1, I don't know that you can make one and picture one that's any neater and fancier and got a better silhouette and presentation than that girl does. That thing's incredible in terms of its look, its balance, its underline, its proportionality. She's really good on her feet and legs. All those things are extremely good. She's youthful, she's feminine, she's got enough to her. Now, we pick them apart a little bit compared to the other 2 I'm going to talk about. There's not quite as much of her. She's not as opened up in her ribs. She's not as good in her hind saddle. She's not as muscular and just powerfully built from a muscularity and substance and product standpoint as a Wether dam. There's very little wrong with her, though, and extremely good. Young lady still out of Class 2. That's an awfully good one as well. A lot of honest muscle shape, a lot of good to her in terms of just practical, sound, functional doe that's good on her feet and legs. She's good body. She's great in her underlines. Maybe not quite as much wow factor as the other 3 class winners that we're talking about. The doe that wins Class 3. You get on top of them, you really got to touch her to appreciate her. She is hard-muscled. She is extremely round-bodied, massive through her loin, upper hip, pin set, and yet you put kind of an underline, chest floor, neatness of front end, still get out and travel. That's a pretty unique one in a lot of regards in terms of a Wether dam. She could be longer and leveler hip compared to the doe that stands behind her in my estimation. She's maybe not quite as radical at the ground in terms of just substance, but man, you talk about one that puts power and an awfully good look that's really sound. Those 2 does that came out of our last class we talked about, they're extremely good. That doe that wins Class 4, she's built impeccably at the ground. She's really sound. She's a notch longer from flank to flank compared to our doe out of Class 3. She's a notch more elevated in her tail set. She's a notch longer hip. She's not quite as massive right up high as the doe that wins Class 3. Maybe not quite as exotic in her look as the doe that wins Class 1. But man, she's extremely good. There aren't many holes in her either. The black-headed one that followed her we just talked about, phenomenally good as well. Put your hands together for these kids. It's an awesome set. I'll show you the 2 that I like.
Selected as your Division II champion, Wether dam, comes out of class number 7. Entry 455, exhibited by Paige Pence from New Carlisle, Ohio, and your reserve champion, entry 178, your Class 8 winner, Miss J.C. Falkenstein from Oswego, Kansas. Congratulations to both Paige and to J.C. Entering the ring now is Class 9. This is Class 9 of our Wether dam show. We have 20 entries in this class, and our weights go from 88 pounds to 89 pounds. 88 pounds to 89 pounds. Attention in the barn. Class 9 is in the ring. This is first call. Class 10 to the makeup ring, please. All entries, Class 10 to the makeup ring, please. Ladies and gentlemen, as our judge has pulled his top cut from this class and we excuse the remainder of the class, let's once again put our hands together in appreciation for all these young people and their awesome projects. Thank you for being at the 2024 North American. Attention in the barn. Our judge has pulled his first, had made his pull in Class 9. We need all entries, Class 10. All entries, Class 10 to the makeup ring, please. Thank you.
few more differences at the top end of this class. One thing, though, I think the young man's doe that we used to win the class is pretty logically the place to hook to. She's one that I think has got the basic build we're looking for in terms of her skeletal design and her structural integrity. She's neat in terms of her front end. She's good balance. She's got enough muscular shape and substance about her. She's not the most powerfully built one that we've used all day, but I think in this particular class, her combination of structural integrity with the basic body build gets her in first hole pretty quickly for me. I think the doe that's most similar is the red-legged one we're going to use. She's not as big at the ground. She's not as bold in terms of her rib shape. She doesn't handle quite the substance of the doe in first, but in terms of one that's a little more elevated, one that's a little longer and leveler hip compared to the doe in third, she's quite a bit neater in terms of her shoulder design. She's better from knee to ground than the doe in fourth, and a lot better out of her hip and hind leg than the doe in fifth. So she kind of gets in there pretty quickly in terms of her completeness as well. 3, 4, and 5, there's give and take. Real moderate, bulky-bodied, stout-ended one that comes in third. She needs to be more extended. She needs to be longer and leveler out of her hip for me to use her any higher. The doe that comes in fourth, some neat pieces. She's really muscular. She's hard-muscled. She handles well. She gets a little off in her neck set, but most importantly, she toes out up front. She's too upright in terms of her shoulder and knee design to get her up in the top trio. The doe in fifth, from her hip forward, she's as good-bodied, as wide-chested, as big forearmed as any doe that we've got in the class. We need to level her in her hip, and we need to change her hind leg posture and let her go a little more correctly behind. Congratulations to these young people as we get Division III started.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in Class 9 is entry 359, Miss Paxton Lemoyne from Brandon, Mr. Paxton Lemoyne from Brandon, Mississippi. Paxton's doe weighed 88 pounds. Second in that class is entry 555, Briley Todd from Albany, Oregon, also weighing 88 pounds. Third in that class, entry 100, Harper Clemens from Wakeman, Ohio. Fourth, entry 180, Logan Ferguson from Commerce, Georgia. Fifth, entry 34, Olivia Arnold, Milton, Pennsylvania. Sixth, entry 490, Aubrey Ruthenbuehler from Kimmel, Indiana. Seventh, entry 377, Eric Lust from Mount Vernon, Ohio. Eighth, entry 65, Haley Bowen from Liberty Center, Ohio. Ninth, entry 150, Lena Durbin from Lexington, Kentucky. 10th, entry 203, Brooklyn Gingrich from Fredericksburg, Ohio. And 11th, entry 8, Emily Adams from Baldwin, Georgia. In the ring now is Class 10. This is Class 10 of our Weather Dam show. We have 30 entries in this class. Our weights go from 90 pounds to 92 pounds. 90 pounds to 92 pounds. Attention in the barn. Class 10 is in the ring. Class 10 is in the ring. We need all entries for Class 11 to the makeup ring, please. Class 11 to the makeup ring, please. Ladies and gentlemen, as our judge has concluded on his poll for this class and the rest of our exhibitors are excused, let's put our hands together and thank these great young people and all their hard work for putting these projects together. Thank you again for coming to the 2024 North American. This is your second call, Class 11. Class 11, Wether Dams to the makeup ring, please. Class 11 to the makeup ring, please.
good pair here that I think is pretty logically getting 1-2 hole for me, and I think they're close. There's some give and take between that particular pair. I guess the doe that I start with, the biggest difference for me is when we put them in motion in terms of maintaining her balance and symmetry, her levelness of hip, her comfort as she gets out and goes in terms of keeping her neck come out of the top end of her shoulder and just maintaining her assembly and balance and symmetry when we put them in motion. She's a nice handling doe that's muscular and shapely, yet put together nicely in terms of her underline and her balance. She's not the most elegant one as you study her front third. She maybe toes out ever so slightly up front, and we fix those things about her. She's certainly not as tall fronted and extended as the doe we got in second, and I appreciate that about our doe in second. From the side view, you like a lot of things about her. She's big at the ground. She's tall fronted. She has a nice underline and good balance and symmetry. Unfortunately, we put her in motion. She gets a little piecey. She gets a little rounder and quicker out of her hip. Her neck doesn't set quite as right in terms of her shoulder, and she's not quite as comfortable when we put her in motion. But she's ultra bulky, she's ultra massive, and got lots of power to her. She's lots fresher in terms of her presentation. She's also got more to her than the doe in third. Doe in third's a nice one. She's sound, she's easy moving, she's feminine. She'll make a nice weather dam. Not quite as fresh today, don't have quite the presentation, the balance, and symmetry. But I like her extension, her length and levelness and practicality in terms of her rear leg posture and the way she gets out and travels compared to the doe in fourth. This one's big ribbed, she's muscular and stout. She's just a little quick all over in terms of her length of body, a little quick and short out of her hip, but she's awfully fresh and handles good. The doe we move up in fifth, just a good one in terms of nice body shape. She's muscular and stout. She's a little harder in terms of her flank. She wants to run downhill and doesn't have quite the extension and quite the overall balance, but a nice practical one that's good on her feet and legs and got a lot of muscular shape. Congratulations to all these young people. Job well done.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in Class 10 is entry 571, Miss Ella Weisinger from Fort Madison, Iowa. Ella's doe weighed 92 pounds. Second in that class is entry 201, Janice Gilliland from Ginter, Pennsylvania, and Janice doe weighed 91 pounds. Third is entry 1, Adley Muniz from Siloam Springs, Arkansas. Fourth, entry 113, Diesel Cook from Holdenville, Oklahoma. Fifth, entry 143, Leighton Dudding from Newcastle, Virginia. Sixth, entry 38, Eli Baker from Buchanan, West Virginia. Seventh, entry 131, Callie DeRoset from Sulphur, Kentucky. Eighth, entry 181, Reagan Ferguson from Commerce, Georgia. Ninth, entry 385, Ashlyn Martinez. Entry 26, Izzy Altizer from Rennick, West Virginia. In the ring now is Class 11. Class 11 of our Weather Dam show is in the ring. We have 29 entries in this class. Our weights go from 93 pounds to 95 pounds. 93 pounds to 95 pounds. Again, if you are exhibiting a market goat tomorrow, we need all of your weights turned into the office by 2 o'clock today. That gives you about 2 hours. We need all weights turned in by 2 p.m. today. Thank you. Attention in the barn, Class 11 is in the ring. We need all entries for Class 12 to the makeup ring, please. All entries, Class 12 to the makeup ring, please. Ladies and gentlemen, our judge has made his pull for this class, and as our exhibitors are exiting the ring today, as they are excused, let's let them hear it, guys. Let's put our hands together and thank all of these young exhibitors for bringing their great projects to the green shavings here in Louisville. Thank you, guys. Attention in the barn. Our judge has made his pull in Class 11. I need all entries for Class 12. All entries for Class 12 to the makeup ring, please.
Hannah Johnson in class 12. Your goat needs to be in the makeup ring.
I told the young people down the line, I think this is the deepest class we've had so far. There's a lot of good does in here that are going to make the top 10, not make our top 2 or 3, but just lots of depth of quality, some awfully good ones that stand down the line down here, and my hat's off to the young people. I think it's probably as close up here amongst the top 3 or 4 as any class we've had. I think these does are awfully good. I think they fit together nicely. To be completely candid, they're probably more similar than they are different. They're great body. They handle good. For the most part, they get out and travel like we'd like them to. They got a nice silhouette and balance. Just awfully high quality and a lot of fun to sort through. As I kind of get through them, we start picking them apart. I like the completeness of this doe we lead with. She is bulky in terms of her center body, in terms of her natural width of pins, in terms of her rib shape, and just the amount of dimension she's got from fore to rear. And I think of our top trio, as we keep working them and circling them, I think she stays the most comfortable in terms of the angles that she's got on her feet and legs and her underpinning. I think she's correctly built the best in that particular regard. I would like to lengthen and level her in her hip. At times, she gets just a little quick looking out here, and I can't completely decide if it's because she's so massive in terms of her forerib and flank and center body that detracts a little bit from her and makes her look a little quick. But I think if you actually go out and measure them, I'm not sure she's any shorter or quicker looking than the other 2 behind her. She's just got that extra mass. Really nice doe in second. Arguably a little more shapely in terms of her muscularity, right over her rack and right over her loin edge. I appreciate that about her. I love this doe right now when we get her standing still. Unfortunately, we put her in motion. She gets a little piecey. Her top line doesn't hold together as well. She wants to kind of twist out a little bit up front. But I think as you compare her to the doe that we got third and you get them on the 3/4 view, we just got more mass. We got more doe there in terms of center body, in terms of width of pins, in terms of muscularity and product and stoutness to go with it. I like this doe in third a lot. Again, she has tremendous balance and symmetry. She's constructed right. She's nice through her front end. She's level in her hip. She too is lean and really fresh in terms of her appearance. She gets just a little bit narrower gauged on a relative basis, but I think she holds herself together just a little better when we put them in motion than the doe in fourth. This doe in fourth's got some cool pieces as well. She wedges the right direction. She handles extremely well. You talk about terminal shape and a weather dam that's still got femininity and balance. She's got that, but just a little more rigid in terms of her skeletal design. A nice doe in fifth that's really sound. She's feminine. She's one that gets out and travels extremely well. Not as much body, not as much stoutness. I don't read her to be quite as fresh either compared to that top 4, but an awfully high quality doe that just needs a notch more to her in terms of substance. Congratulations all the way down, really deep, solid class.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in Class 11 is entry 260, exhibited by Nora Hogue from Good Hope, Illinois, and the doe weighed 95 pounds. Second in that class is entry 425, Braylon Miller from Marion, Ohio, and Braylon's doe also weighed 95 pounds. Third is entry 522, Jaylee Sparks, Wilburton, Oklahoma. Fourth, entry 547, Addison Thompson, Noble, Oklahoma. Fifth, entry 574, Hayden Wells from Goshen, Virginia. Sixth, entry 189, Sydney Fowler, Montgomery, Michigan. Seventh, entry 363, Caden Litton from Boonville, Missouri. Eighth, entry 129, Scarlett Denning from Newton Grove, North Carolina. Ninth, entry 419, Jacob Mickish from Umsville, Oregon. 10th, entry 35, J.C. Ash from Lancaster, Ohio. 11th, entry 352, Kennedy Lee, Smithfield, North Carolina. 12th, entry 56, Courtney Blagg from Nowata, Oklahoma. And 13th, entry 36, Eli Baker from Buckhannon, West Virginia. In the ring now is Class 12. We have 25 entries in this class, and our weights go from 96 pounds to 98 pounds. 96 pounds to 98 pounds. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division III champion and reserve champion doe. This is your first call for Class 13. Class 13, Wether dams to the makeup ring, please. We also need all of our first and second place does from our previous classes. From class 9, 10, and 11. We need first and seconds to the makeup ring, please. Ladies and gentlemen, our judge has made his pull on this Class 12. And as the remainder of our exhibitors are excused, let's put our hands together again in appreciation for all the hard work these young people have put into their projects. Thanks for being at the North American. Attention in the barn. Our judge has made his pull in Class 12. Can you please bring all your first and second place finishers in classes 9, 10, and 11 to the makeup ring, please. We will be doing a division, selecting our division champion and reserve following this class. Attention in the barn, please bring all first and second finishers in classes 9, 10, and 11 to the makeup ring. And let's start bringing all class 13 to the makeup ring, please.
Well, another nice class, and I think there's some give and take again in this particular class. We've got some awfully good does up here. They have quality. They come in different shapes and sizes and kinds, and we'll just try and kind of sort through them. And I guess it kind of gets to be a trio for me, and I guess the doe that wins is the combination doe. She's not perfect by any stretch, but she's the one, man. She's got a massive rib cage in her, and you get her on the three-quarter view, you love her in terms of her rib shape, her bigness of top side of her skeleton, her natural pin width and substance. Appreciate all those things. She balances reasonably well from the side. She toes a little out up front. I'd correct her in that particular regard for sure, but again, one that's got an awful lot of good to her. She just kind of outmasses the doe that we got in second. I like this doe in a lot of ways because she's certainly one that's very flexible in her skeleton. She's very youthful. She's very fresh. She's very feminine. At the end of the day, she doesn't have quite the stoutness about her that the does on either side of her have, but I think she's got a little extra extension. I think she's got a little extra bone work. No question in my mind, she's the best built one out here, just in terms of shoulder, the knee to foot, and the way she flexes off both ends skeletally. A lot of things to appreciate. Like a lot of things about our doe in third, she's a good handling one for sure. Big top, shapely over her rack, well presented. A doe that gets a little narrower at her pin. She just doesn't mass up like the two ahead of her. Just needs a little more base width as she leaves, and she too gets a little upright as you study her shoulder design. Just let her go a little bit better in terms of flexibility. The doe that comes in fourth arguably is similar in body shape to the doe that we lead the class with, at least from her hip forward in terms of rib shape, width of chest, bigness of forearm. Man, she is massive up high, and you talk about a breeding piece there in terms of the way she touches. I'd fix her out of her hip and hind leg. We put her in motion. She needs to be corrected there to be more competitive with the top trio, in my particular opinion. The doe that comes in there fifth, just a good solid doe that's good on her feet and legs. She's not as big at the ground. She's not as bulky. She's not as stout. But in terms of being balanced and having quality and symmetry and structurally correct, a lot of things to appreciate. Congratulations to these young people as we conclude Division III.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in Class 12 is entry 368, Isabel Lowry from Stillwater, Oklahoma. Her doe weighed 98 pounds. Second in that class is entry 214, Mason Hager from Millersburg, Ohio. Mason's doe weighed 96 pounds. Third is entry 457, Paige Pence, New Carlisle, Ohio. Fourth, entry 355, Mallory Lee, Comer, Georgia. Fifth, entry 586, Bailey Williams from Ranger, Georgia. Sixth is entry 135, Quentin Derer from Arcadia, Indiana. Seventh, entry 355, Mallory Lee from Comer, Georgia. Seventh is entry 92, Mons Chavez from Timpson, Texas. Eighth, entry 4, Brody Adams from Muncie, Indiana. 9th, entry 465, Tori Peters from Alvin, Texas. 10th, entry 149, Lena Durbin from Lexington, Kentucky. And 11th, entry 293, Hannah Johnson, Burneyville, Ohio. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now ready to select our Division III champion and reserve champion. Your Class 9 winner is entry 359, Paxton Lemoyne from Brandon, Mississippi. Your Class 10 winner is entry 571, Ella Weisinger from Fort Madison, Iowa. Your Class 11 champion, entry 260, Nora Hogue from Good Hope, Illinois. And your Class 12 champion, entry 368, Isabel Lowry from Stillwater, Oklahoma. Second in Class 9, entry 255, Briley Todd from Albany, Oregon. Second in Class 10 was entry 201, Janice Gilliland from Ginter, Pennsylvania. Second in Class 11 is entry 425. This is Braylon Miller from Marion, Ohio. And second in Class 12, entry 214, Mason Hager from Millersburg, Ohio. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate all of our first and second place females. Attention in the barn, we need all entries for Class 13. All entries, Class 13. Let's be making our way to that makeup ring. We're going to be coming in soon.
Well, another really good division, been a lot of fun to sort through, and I thought 4 very competitive classes, to be quite honest. And I thought in each one of the classes we had 3 or 4 goats that I thought there was some decisions to be made, and you could do a lot of different things based on where your priorities landed and how you compared one to the other. And consequently, we got some awfully high quality does out here, but they're not exactly alike. But I think we can agree that they're tremendously good in what they're good at. They're just not all good in all the same areas. I'll share with you kind of how I see them. Class 1, those 2 does are similar, and yet I thought the doe that won that class did so pretty handily. She's got a little extra shape of rib. She's a little more massive behind her shoulder and more opened up behind. But that's a pair of really nice looking, structurally sound, very feminine, very well balanced, freshly presented does that have a tremendous amount of quality. They're not as massive at the ground. They don't have as much to them as the does that stand behind them, and just in terms of body shape and substance, but that doesn't take away from 2 extremely good does. Good class out of class 2. I thought there was give and take between that pair that we used in the class. The doe that wins compared to the doe in second's longer and leveler hip. She's more flexible when we put them in motion. She's a doe that as we get out here and evaluate her, I like her underline. I like her balance and straightness of lines. I don't know that she's as open up and round-bodied as a couple does that stand behind her, particularly the doe out of class 3. I don't know that she's quite as stout and just as massive in terms of her substance as the doe that wins class 4, but an awfully nice doe. The doe that was second in class 2, that girl's got lots of substance. She is massive behind her shoulder. She is huge over her loin edge. She just needs to be a little better out of her hip and hind leg, as we talked in class. Class 3 was very interesting, probably the deepest class of the day. That doe that comes out of that class, man, she's got a lot of cool pieces in terms of round-bodied. She's big-ribbed. She's really deep in her forerib and flank, and yet I think her pieces still fit together right. She's not the biggest one in terms of being a long and exotic up front. She's not the longest-bodied one. She's not the longest hip one, but you study that one in terms of her shoulder shape, her flexibility to her knee and foot and pastern. And of this lineup, I think she's the best in that regard. Maybe like to lengthen her hip, yes. Maybe like to give her just a notch more extension. I wouldn't argue with that. But her structural integrity with that kind of body shape, natural width at her pins, and she maintains a lot of base width as you watch her travel behind. The doe that's second to her, that's an awfully good one in her own right. She is really massive up high. On the 3/4 view, she is beautiful in terms of rib shape, chest floor, forearm, with a pin, substance. She's maybe just a little tighter made. Her pieces aren't quite as neatly put together as the doe that wins the class, but she's awfully, awfully good. Our big heavyweight doe, she's the massive one out here. She's the big-bodied one. She's the one that's really opened up off both ends of her skeleton. A lot of unique pieces in her for sure. I'd change her up front. We talked in class. She wants to toe out. She's a little upright in terms of her shoulder and knee, and I'd fix her there when we put her in motion. A really feminine, extremely good one in terms of skeletal design that was second to her, that isn't quite as bulky and quite as stout. Awfully good set of does. Put your hands together for these kids, and I'll show you the 2 I like best.
Selected as your Division III champion doe is entry 260, Miss Nora Hogue from Good Hope, Illinois. Congratulations, Nora. And your reserve division champion is entry 425. That is Braylon Miller from Marion, Ohio. Congratulations to both Nora and to Braylon. He used those two because that was the deepest class. Attention in the barn, you have 1 hour. 1 hour to get all of your market goat weights turned in. 1 hour. It must be done by 2 p.m. today. If you're going to show a market goat tomorrow, we need all weights turned in by 2 o'clock today. You have 1 hour. Entering the ring now is Class 13. This is our first class of Division 4. We have 22 entries. 22 entries in this class, and our weights go from 99 pounds to 100 pounds. 99 pounds to 100 pounds. Ladies and gentlemen, as our exhibitors are excused from the ring, once again, let's give these kids a big round of applause for all the work they put into these projects. Thank you for being at this year's North American. Attention in the barn. We are about to select our class winners in Class 13. We need all entries for Class 14 to the makeup ring, please. All entries, Class 14 to the makeup ring.
Well, in this guy's humble opinion, there are two does in here which are phenomenally good in terms of just what they represent and bring to the table as weather dams. And then after you say that, then you've got one that's just got that extra wow factor just about everywhere you look. That thing's wild in terms of body shape, in terms of rib dimension, in terms of muscularity and pin width, and yet you put them in motion, she's still very comfortable. She's still good in her underline. She's still good in her chest floor. In fact, better than the doe in second. She's got a little extra substance about her. You know, she's not not the most extended one. As you study her front third, she's not the longest, levelest hipped one, but man, the three-quarter view on her and her freshness and just her presence, that's an awfully intriguing and high-quality doe. Congratulations to that young lady. I love this doe in second, too. She's awfully good. Not much wrong with her. She is massive up high. Tremendous amount of body shape, tremendous amount of dimension and product, and kind of defines what we're looking for in a Wether dam, in my opinion, because she's still balanced, she's still correct. She's just not quite as out there as the doe that's in first. I don't know any other way to say it, because there's nothing wrong with her, because she's extremely good. Congratulations to that young lady as well. We got really nice top five. This doe in third, lots of classes she might have won or she might have been second. There's just really fundamentally a practically good doe. She's good on her feet and legs. She's good neck. She's good in her top line. She's got muscle. She's got rib shape. She's still youthful. She's still fresh. There's just not as much of her compared to the first two, but that's an extremely high-quality doe. The doe in fourth, again, good pieces. She handles really well. This young man's done a great job getting her stuck. She's a little frailer at the ground. She's a little tighter and more upright in her shoulder, not as flexible in her knee, not as big-footed, not quite as much substance about her. The doe that comes in here fifth, again, she's got some neat pieces as well. From shoulder to twist, I think she competes from a muscularity standpoint. She gets a little harder flanked. She's a little off in terms of her hip structure. I don't read her to be quite as soft-middled. I don't read her to be quite as flexible off either end of her skeleton. Congratulations to these young people. Another really good class.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in Class 13 is entry 427, Miss Katie Miller from Shipshewana, Indiana. Katie's doe weighed 99 pounds. Second in that class is entry 358, Olivia Lee from Comer, Georgia. Her doe weighed 100 pounds. Third goes to entry 324, Zoe Knoll from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. Fourth, entry 139, Quentin Derrer from Arcadia, Indiana. Fifth, entry 37, Eli Baker from Buckhannon, West Virginia. Sixth, entry 432, Bailey Moore, Paneto, Indiana. Seventh, entry 539, Jack Ten Apel from Ireton, Iowa. Eighth, entry 389, Ashlyn Matthias from Logan, Ohio. Ninth, entry 575, Henrik Wells from Goshen, Virginia. 10th, entry 185, Addison Flynn from Wellington, Ohio. 11th, entry 153, Mallory Dykeman from Manville, Texas. And 12th is entry 507, Adisage Say from Chadrant, Louisiana. In the ring now is Class 14. Class 14 is in the ring. We have 23 entries in this class. And the weights on these does go from 101 to 103. 101 to 103. Attention in the barn, Class 14 is in the ring. We need all entries for Class 15 to the makeup ring, please. Class 15 to the makeup ring, please. Ladies and gentlemen, our judge has made his top cut for this class, and once again, if you would please join with me in thanking all of these young people for coming to Louisville with their great projects. They may get a great round of applause. They might be what they get today, but thank you for all your hard work, and thank you for participating in the 2024 North American.
Well, another nice class with quality and I think excellent set of does. The one that wins, to me, just puts the most pieces together. Probably the biggest difference in that trio of does, 1, 2, and 3, is their design through the front third of their body, and I think the one that we used to win the class is easily the best in that regard, in terms of the way she sets in her shoulder and knee and her appropriateness and the way she travels. She's really fresh. She's good balanced. She's one that's obviously not quite as haired up and maybe consequently doesn't look quite as bulky out here. She's got plenty of substance. Trust me, you put your hands on her, she is monster top. She's incredibly wide over her loin. Maybe you like to level her ever so slightly as you study her and her jump muscle out through her tail head. I'd fix that maybe just a little bit. Awfully nice doe that's very, very complete. A lot of things to appreciate from the ground up are 1 and 2nd. She's ultra big rib. She's probably wider chested than the doe we start with. She's maybe more radical in terms of her muscle shape, right up through her hind saddle. A little tighter though, maybe not quite as good as I study her in terms of her neck set, but an awfully good doe. Doe in 3rd on the standstill is certainly tall fronted. She's one that's long and lean in her neck. She's one that handles good. She's a little frailer at the ground, but my biggest concern is the way she's constructed up front. She just needs to be better in terms of the way she gets out and moves structurally. The black-headed doe is an intriguing one. She's big-bodied. She's got a lot of bulk and a lot of mass. She's just a little quick, a little heavier condition for me, and reads that way, although I think she's more fundamentally sound and better on her rear leg than the doe that we come in 5th. That doe's awfully muscular, a little too terminal in terms of her handle and study her in terms of her hip and hind leg. She just needs to be more flexible in that regard, but she had a little extra substance compared to some does as we move on down. Awfully good class. Again, congratulations to these exhibitors.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in Class 14 is entry 406. Maggie McDonald, Magnolia, Arkansas. Her doe weighed 102. Second in that class, entry 306. Colton Kephart from Bargersville, Indiana. Colton's doe weighed 101. Third in that class, entry 105. Reese Coleman from Watonga, Oklahoma. Fourth, entry 155. Anna Earls from Mechanicsburg, Illinois. Fifth, entry 210. Emma Graham from Lockford, California. Sixth, entry 274. Carly Howdyshell from Cremora, Virginia. Seventh, entry 99, Drew Clemens from Wakeman, Ohio. Eighth, entry 74, Paige Bremke from Wellington, Ohio. Ninth, entry 9, Emily Adams from Baldwin, Georgia. 10th, entry 489, Aubrey Rothenbuehler from Kimmel, Indiana. 11th, entry 418, Jacob Mickish from Umsville, Oregon. And 12th, entry 138, Caden Dillon, Jonesboro, Indiana. We're now ready for Class 15. Class 15 in our Wether Dam competition. We have 21 entries in this class. Our weights go from 104 to 105. 104 to 105. Again, this is Class 15. Exhibitors, let's start bringing all of entries for Class 16. Class 16 to the makeup ring, please. Ladies and gentlemen, our judge has pulled his top cut from Class 15. And as we excuse those exhibitors as they leave the ring, let's let them hear your great appreciation for all their efforts for coming this year's North American. Thanks, guys. Great job. Okay, attention in the barn, guys. You have about 7 minutes to get your weights in for our Market Goat show tomorrow. All weights must be turned in by 2 o'clock, and that is in 7 minutes. So I don't want anybody whining. Let's all get those weights in.
Another quality class, and congratulations to these young people. I think a nice doe to lead with, one that certainly is striking in terms of her profile and her balance and her symmetry. Really has a nice look as I stand here and you evaluate her on this particular view. Gets out and travels adequately well. She's not the most explosive one we've used just in terms of sheer body shape and dimension, but I think she's more than adequate in that regard. She's got a little extra to her in terms of extension and just refinement and overall look and balance and symmetry compared to the doe that we got in second. I apologize to this young lady, never pulled her doe to begin with, and but she deserves to be up here for sure. That's a high quality one. It's really good in its rib shape, extra good in terms of its muscularity, probably a little stouter over its loin edge than the doe that we start with, but one that's maybe not quite as elegant as you study the front third, maybe not quite as long and level in its top line, but again, assembled well, complete, big-bodied, got some substance, and I appreciate that. Both those does to me, as the class wears on, hold themselves together better than our doe that we got in third. Now, if you just stand behind them and study with the pin, you touch them and look at muscle shape and dimension from that particular perspective, this doe is easily the best of the trio. Unfortunately, she's a little open-shouldered. She's a little thicker necked, and the longer the class wears on, we get her out and travel, she starts to get a little pieced together and just doesn't maintain quite the symmetry and balance of the two does that we got ahead of her. Being awfully critical of an extra good doe, this young man's done a great job. doe that comes in there a fourth, a little bit similar. She's one, again, that's maybe just a little easy top, maybe just a little piecier in terms of the way the parts fit together on her. I appreciate her, though, in terms of her quality. She's got muscular shape. She's certainly wide pin. I think she's softer in her forerib and flank. I think she's more comfortable out of her hip and hind leg in terms of the way she travels compared to the doe we got in fifth. This one's extra stout, wide-based. She just is a little tight in terms of the way she's constructed in her center body. Need to loosen her up in her rear third as well. Congratulations to these young people, another excellent class.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in Class 15 is entry 348, Bristol Lee from Gillum, Arkansas, and Bristol's doe weighed 104. Second in that class is entry 516, Megan Smith McClarley from Asheville, Ohio, and Megan's doe weighed 104 also. Third in that class is entry 112, Diesel Cook from Holdenville, Oklahoma. Fourth, entry 610, Alexis Youngless from Reading, Pennsylvania. Fifth, entry 66, Michael Boyd from Monroe, Georgia. Sixth, entry 444, Harley Oswood from Burlington, West Virginia. Seventh, entry 536, Olivia Stodmeyer from Sterling, Ohio. Eighth, entry 491, Dakota Rowe from Strathmore, California. Ninth, entry 315, Emily Kaiser from Spencer, Ohio. 10th, entry 285, Lily Hunter from Cleveland, Georgia. And 11th, entry 39, John Banks from Guston, Kentucky. In the ring now is Class 16. Class 16 is in the ring. We have 17 entries in this class. Our weights go from 106 to 107. 106 to 107. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division 4 champion and reserve champion doe. Attention in the barn, we need all first and second place individuals from classes 13, 14, and 15. If you were first or second in classes 13, 14, and 15, please come to the makeup ring. We will be doing our divisional championship following class 16. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our judge has made his cut for this class. If you would, again, please put your hands together and congratulate all of these individuals as they're exiting the ring. Thank you guys for coming and being a part of the great North American. once again, in the barn, if you were first or second in classes 13, 14, and 15, please come to the makeup ring immediately, please. We do have a division following this class. Attention in the barn, we're about to start our division championship. We need all class winners and seconds to the makeup ring from classes 13, 14, and 15. Please make your way up here, please.
Well, really nice class. Again, a lot of fun to work with these young people and sort through the goats. I think a trio of does, and we got awfully good top 5 and on down as well. But some give and take up here for sure. The doe we start with, certainly one we appreciate from this view. She's ultra good in terms of her balance. You get on top of her and up close and handle her rib shape and the way she's designed from her shoulder back to her hip and in behind. In terms of the squareness, the smoothness, the openness and roundness, and the way she's constructed is just ultra good. I appreciate that a great deal. On 3/4 view, she opens up well enough. To me, when we put them in motion, I think she assembles herself a little better and maintains that balance and symmetry ever so slightly better than the doe that we got in second. I think she's a little bigger behind her shoulder. She's a little stouter right over her loin edge, but an awfully nice doe to start with. A lot of quality in our doe in second as well. Arguably, she's maybe the most flexible of the top 3 in terms of her comfort level. But again, one that's ultra good in terms of her body shape. She's proportional in terms of her lines. Just not quite as out there when you get right behind her and on top of her in terms of the way the pieces fit together and the way she touches and handles. But again, a very high quality one. Where she gets over the doe in third, in my mind, is her assembly out of her shoulder and knee, her flexibility off both ends of her skeleton. This doe in third's awfully good. She's big top, she's really shapely. Again, on the standstill, she's ultra good in terms of her profile and balance. Her underline's right, her levelness is good. She just needs to move with a little more flexibility and athleticism for this guy to move her up, but she's awfully nice, and that young lady does a tremendous job. The doe that comes in there fourth, again, just a good solid doe. Maybe a little steeper hip, maybe not quite as attractive in terms of her overall profile. I thought she was truer in terms of her rear leg skeleton. I thought she was wider in terms of her pin set and more open in terms of her total body shape than the doe that comes in fifth. The doe in fifth, from her hip forward, I like her in terms of rib shape, in terms of natural width of chest. She just narrows up a little too much when we make her travel and needs a little more substance as you study the rear third and through her hind saddle. Congratulations to these young people. Job well done.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in Class 16 is entry 255. Caitlin Hewitt from Reidsville, North Carolina. Caitlin's doe weighed 106. Second in that class is entry 130. Scarlett Denning from Newton Grove, North Carolina. Her doe also weighed 106. Third in that class, entry 572. Aubrey Welch, Lincolnton, Georgia. Fourth, entry 400. Maya McCoy from Bloomingburg, Ohio. Fifth, entry 2. Gentry Krotzer from Kansas, Ohio. Sixth, entry 231, Bree Hasselbach from Fremont, Ohio. Seventh, entry 497, Lainey Slawbach from Baltic, Ohio. Eighth, entry 577, Chase Whitfield from Calhoun, Georgia. Ninth, entry 553, Abigail Tingle from Eminence, Kentucky. 10th, entry 436, Taylor Moore from Nancy, Kentucky. And 11th, entry 275, Carly Howdyshell from Cremora, Virginia. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now ready to select our Division 4 champion and reserve champion, Wether doe. Winning Class 13 was entry 427. This is Katie Miller from Shipshewana, Indiana. Your Class 14 winner is entry 406, Maggie McDonald from Magnolia, Arkansas. Winning Class 15 was entry 348, Bristol Lee from Gillum, Arkansas. And winning Class 16 was entry 255, Caitlin Hewitt from Reidsville, North Carolina. Placing second in Class 13 is entry 358, Olivia Lee from Comer, Georgia. Second in Class 14, entry 306, Colton Kephart, Bargersville, Indiana. Second in Class 15 was entry 516, Megan Smith McClary from Asheville, Ohio. And second in our last class, Class 16, entry 130, Scarlett Denning from Newton Grove, North Carolina. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate all of our first and second place winners. Attention in the barn, I need all entries for Class 17 to the makeup ring, please. Class 17, I need all entries to the makeup ring, please. I'm glad you're doing this, Scott.
Well, we certainly got lots of heat in this division. Been a lot of fun, as they all have, and we've talked about going to be it's an incredible lineup of 8 does. There's some awfully good ones that didn't get a chance to come back in here and just really, really fun to sort. As we talked in other divisions, they're not identical, but I hope you can appreciate the quality. I sure do. I appreciate tremendously the quality that these things have got in terms of they're out there in some pieces, and yet you get to picking them apart. While there's differences, there's certainly not any major holes in my mind that they have. Let me share with you how I see them. Class 1, we talked about that class. I thought those two does were incredibly good. And to be quite honest with you, they're very, very similar. This doe that wins that class, she's got some really unique pieces. You get on top of that thing, and she is monster-bodied, huge, huge pin, lots and lots of mass from shoulder to twist. Lots of power in that thing, and yet when we put her in motion, she's as flexible, she's as true in her stride, she's as good in terms of her joint work and in terms of the way she gets out and travels as any doe out here. She is not the tallest fronted, she's not the longest spine, she's not the longest hip. I don't know that she's short and quick, but man, you put that much power in one and still maintain balance and symmetry, that's not an easy thing to do. The doe that was second to her is very, very similar. Biggest difference is that she's not quite as maxed out. She's not as hairy. She doesn't have quite the overall presentation. You put the equal amount of hair, she'll look at every bit as massive as this one that wins the class. She is tighter in her skeleton. She's not as flexible. She's not quite as good in her overall structure. The doe that wins class 2, that one is awfully good. She is monster-bodied, huge ribbed. You won't find one. She's got as much body and rib as that doe in class 1. She's ultra good in her skeleton as well. We talked in class, you'd make her a little neater in her top line. You'd jack her tail head up ever so slightly, and maybe part of that is she's a little bigger in her jump muscles, so she doesn't quite blend together as nice down her top line. But man, you get on the three-quarter view of her, and she's tremendous. Lots and lots of power and freshness. She's still elegant up front. Arguably a little more refined in her front third than the doe that wins class 1. A little taller fronted, a little more extended with similar kind of body shape. The doe that was second to her is an awfully nice one as well. Not quite as flexible off either end of its skeleton, but again, wide base, big pin, monster amount of dimension, and still balance. The doe that wins class 3, yeah, she's awfully, awfully nice. Really good in her feet and legs. Awfully feminine, really refined as you study her front third. Ultra cool in her look and her balance. She's not as powered up. That's not the kind of doe she is. She's got a lot of quality, and I appreciate her a great deal. The doe that was second to her, again, an awfully nice one that's big-bodied, stout, muscular, and shapely. Doesn't have a hole in her, just not quite as extended and fancy. Our two heavier weight does, we talked about the black-headed one. She's really elegant in terms of her look. She's ultra good in terms of her body shape. Maybe not as rugged at the ground, maybe not quite as opened up as a couple of them that we've talked about just in terms of sheer dimension, but an awfully good doe as well. The one that's second to her has got a tremendous amount of quality, maybe not quite as coordinated in terms of her movement. Been lots of fun. There's 3 of them in here that I think are extra special and suit me extremely well. I'm going to pick 2 of them, give these kids a nice hand for a job well done.
Selected as your Division IV champion doe is entry 427, Miss Katie Miller from Shipshewana, Indiana. Congratulations, Katie. And selected as your reserve division champion is our Class 14 winner, entry 406, Miss Maggie McDonald from Magnolia, Arkansas, and Maggie's doe weighed 102. Congratulations to both Katie and to Maggie. as we begin our fifth and final division of the day. This is Class 17. We have 15 entries. Our weights go from 108 to 110. 108 to 110. Attention in the barn, Class 17 is entering the ring. Let's start bringing all of our entries for Class 18 to the makeup ring, please. Class 18 to the makeup ring, please.
Congratulations to this young lady with her spot top doe. I think she wins this class pretty quickly for me. She's easily the most complete. You study the basics in terms of the way she's built and her underpinning and the way she gets out and travels and puts that together with the right kind of body shape and dimension. Just an awfully complete doe. Maybe not quite as much wow factor as some that we've used or had the ability to use, but there's really nothing wrong with her. She's awfully, awfully nice, and you pick her apart, not many holes. Congratulations to her. She's done an excellent job. The doe we got in second, I think from her hip on forward, I think she's similar to our class winner. She needs to be opened up in her pin. She needs to have more stifle and more shape through her hind saddle on a relative basis, but I think she's quite a bit more comfortable in terms of her skeleton and the way she's constructed that we can use her compared to the doe in third, who unquestionably has got more terminal value in terms of her shape and her muscularity and her pin set. She's just a little tighter in terms of her hock. She just doesn't get out and travel. She's not as soft in her flank and underline as she needs to be. But again, one that's got some breeding pieces in terms of having some shape and some dimension. I think she's quite a bit stouter, got quite a bit more to her than the doe in fourth. Doe in fourth, again, is a nice complete doe that's feminine. She certainly has some structural integrity, just needs more to her in terms of mass and substance. The doe in fifth is a little on the other end of the spectrum. She's very, very shapely and very, very stout, just a little bit too tight in her overall skeleton to get her up in the top trio. Congratulations to these young people as we get our heavyweights started.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in Class 17 is entry 535, Olivia Stodmeyer, Sterling, Ohio, and Olivia's doe weighed 110. Second in that class is entry 443, Cooper Ostrom from Dorr, Michigan. His doe weighed 108. Third is entry 588, Brooke Williams from Ranger, Georgia. Fourth, entry 378, Eric Lust, Mount Vernon, Ohio. Fifth, entry 19, Marley Albrecht from Marshall, Michigan. Sixth, entry 42, Julia Barber from Bremen, Ohio. Seventh, entry 447, Bailey Patrick from Guyton, Georgia. Eighth, entry 205, Izzy Godman from Brooksville, Kentucky. Ninth, entry 281, Ella Hughes, Lafayette, Georgia. 10th, entry 23, Miller Allen, Woodbury, Tennessee. 11th, entry 467, Ellie Picken from Grottos, Virginia. 12th, entry 61, Ava Bollinger from South Charleston, Ohio. 13th, entry 565, Jack Walton, Jonesboro, Arkansas. 14th, entry 482, Cole Ricketts, Versailles, Kentucky. And 15th, entry 233, Avery Hawkins, Wilmington, Ohio. In the ring now is Class 18. 18 is in the ring. We have 28 entries in this class. 28 entries. Our weights go from 111 to 115. 111 to 115. Attention in the barn, we need all entries for Class 19 to the makeup ring, please. Class 19, we need all entries to the makeup ring, please. Ladies and gentlemen, our judge has made his top cut for this class. As we excuse the rest of the exhibitors, once again, would you please join with me in congratulating and give them a big round of applause for participating and being here at the Great North American. Guys, great job.
Another incredibly good class with lots and lots of quality to sort through. And as we've talked all day, they're not exactly the same. But man, they're good. They're really good. And this young lady's doe that wins the class. Those of you standing ringside, it's real simple for me. I think she puts together what the does in second and third are both really, really good at. She's got both of those pieces and puts it together to a high degree. That thing is incredible when you get on top of it in terms of her shape and her dimension, and yet for having that muscularity as a weather dam, she's still got a good look to her. She's not coarse. She's good shouldered. She's good necked. She's really good in her top line. I think her feet and legs are right. You maybe flex her just a little differently up front, but she's got that extra wow factor in terms of the side profile, length of spine, strength of spine, and she's got every bit as much to her as the doe in second, and she's very close in terms of the way she balances up in terms of extension and elevation compared to the doe in third. Second and third, both really good does, completely different kinds. We got one that's really cracked open, big rib, soft middled, extremely flexible off both ends in second. She's a little quicker pattern. She's not as big from a maturity standpoint. She's never going to be, but she's extra powerful and still gets out and moves. We'd strengthen her top. We'd lengthen and level her hip. We'd make her just a little more extended. The doe in third is that way. Unfortunately, though, she comes and goes just a little narrower gauge. She touches that way. But, man, if you like a tremendous silhouette that's really tall-fronted, long-necked, good-bodied, extremely level-topped, and extremely attractive from the side, that's a really, really good doe. Still gets out and travels. Congratulations for that, young lady. That's an awfully good one to be third. That doe that comes in fourth, she's awfully nice as well. A little smaller footed, not quite as big at the ground, maybe just a little bit weak behind her shoulder, not quite as long and level in her hip as the doe that stands right ahead of her, but a quality doe nonetheless. I thought she opened up quite a bit better in her hind saddle. She was more correct in terms of her pin set, in terms of width, maintained a little more substance as she traveled, and was a little more appropriate from hock to ground than the doe that's in fifth. She, too, is a really hard muscle, good handling one that just needs to be opened up as you study the rear third of her body. Congratulations, really deep class again of heavyweights. Give these kids a nice hand, if you would, please.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in Class 18 is entry 78, Miss Cheyenne Brunker from Ottawa, Kansas. Cheyenne's doe weighed 111 pounds. Second in that class is entry 325, Zoe Knoll from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. Her doe weighed 115. Third in that class is entry 582, Brenna Wilkins, Bennett, Iowa. Fourth, entry 508, Avery Shalla, Riverside, Iowa. Fifth, entry 426, Katie Miller, Shipshewana, Indiana. Sixth, entry 596, Charlotte Wilson, Underwood, North Dakota. Seventh, entry 452, Bryson Paxton, Portales, New Mexico. Eighth, entry 566, Logan Watkins, Canyon, Texas. Ninth, entry 124, Allison Cregan, Hindman, Pennsylvania. 10th, entry 133, Caden Dare from Arcadia, Indiana. 11th, entry 043, Julia Barber, Bremen, Ohio. And 12th, entry 122, Hannah Crisip from Fredericktown, Ohio. Ladies and gentlemen, in the ring now is Class 18. This is Class 19, excuse me. Class 19, we have 25 entries in this class, and our weights go from 116 to 121. 116 to 121. Attention in the barn. Class 19 is in the ring. We need Class 20. Class 20 to the makeup ring immediately. Class 20 to the makeup ring immediately. Ladies and gentlemen, our judge has completed his selection for this class. As we excuse the remainder of the class, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Again, let's give these kids a big round of applause. Show them how much we appreciate all their hard work. Thanks for being at the 2024 North American.
Really a nice class, and we had some does that didn't make our top 10 or 11, and told those young people is one of the deeper classes we've had. I really like this pair a lot in terms of their quality. They are, again, as we've discussed in several classes, they're not exactly the same, but they are tremendously good in what they do extremely well. The doe we start with, obviously, is highly presented, and we are attracted to her in terms of her balance and her symmetry. Really fresh in terms of her appearance. She is deceiving. From this view, you would not imagine that she's got the touch that she does. She is ultra big top, extremely big as you study her up over her loin edge. I appreciate that about her. I think she's got plenty of substance, even with the way she's all dowled up. Now, is she perfect? She's not. When you get right down to it, I think where she beats the doe that we've gotten seconds, the front 2/3 of her body. She's longer fronted. Her neck comes taller at the top side of her shoulder. I think she's a little more correct in terms of the slope of her shoulder and the set to her knee compared to the doe that we've gotten second. Because the rear third of her body, this doe in second is incredible. Monster upper hip, tremendously big pin. She maintains more base width and travels squarer and wider at her hock when you watch them leave. And she's got more mass as you study her right there through her hip and her pin set. Unfortunately, she's not quite as good up through the front third and maybe just a nickel planer. Not that she's plain. She's awfully good. Two incredible goats, but I don't think she's quite as out there in terms of the doe that we start with. Congratulations to those two young people. Two tremendous does. The doe we got in third is certainly awfully good. She just kind of runs into a couple buzzsaws here. She doesn't have quite the underpinning, quite the substance and mass of those two. I appreciate her in terms of her balance and correctness through the front third of her body. I think she's longer and leveler in her hip structure. I think she's more comfortable on the move than the doe that we got in fourth. Doe in fourth's got a nice rib shape. She touches well, certainly has some mass. She's a little tighter in her skeleton off both ends. The doe that we got in fifth, amongst our top end, maybe just a little narrower pinned, a little plainer in terms of her overall muscle shape as you study her behind. She's big-bodied, she's good fronted, she's structurally correct. She's a high-quality doe that runs into a really good class. Congratulations to all these young people all the way down. Awfully nice class of heavyweights.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in Class 19 is entry 259, Nolan Hogue from Good Hope, Illinois. Nolan's doe weighed 121. Second in that class is entry 404, Maggie McDonald from Magnolia, Arkansas, and Maggie's doe weighed 118. Third in that class is entry 581, Brenna Wilkins, Bennett, Iowa. Fourth, entry 186, Liv Flynn from Wellington, Ohio. Fifth is entry 398, Cody McComb, Pratt, Kansas. Sixth, entry 479, Olivia Ritchie, Frankfort, Indiana. Seventh is entry 605, Braid Wright from Mount Perry, Ohio. Eighth, entry 11, Andy Agee from Marmaduke, Arkansas. Ninth is entry 534, Tessa Stone from Roston, Arkansas. 10th, entry 76, Paige Bremke from Wellington, Ohio. 11th, entry 341, Olivia Lanky from Bedford, Pennsylvania. Again, this is Class 20 in the ring. Class 20 is in the ring. This is our final class of the day. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division 5 champion and reserve champion doe. We have 18 entries in this class. 18 entries in this class. Our weights go from 122 to 194. 122 to 194. Not yet. Attention in the barn, we need all class winners from 17, 18, and 19. We need first and second place finishers in classes 17, 18, and 19. Please make it to the backdrop area. We will be selecting Division 5 champion and reserve following this class. Division champions and reserves, let's be getting it on our minds. We need to have you up the makeup ring too. Following the selection of Division 5, we will be selecting our grand and reserve grand and top 5 Wether dams. Ladies and gentlemen, our judge has completed his selection for our Class 20. Again, one last time, if you would, please let these exhibitors hear it when they leave the ring. Thank you for coming to Louisville, folks. We appreciate all the hard work you put into your projects.
quality set of heavyweights to round out our day, and congratulations and kudos to the young people and the teams behind them for keeping these does fresh and together at this stage of the game. I think a top pair, and I think those does are very similar, to be quite candid with you, in terms of the way they're constructed. Their body shapes are similar, their balance is similar, their proportionality similar. You get them on the three-quarter view, there's just a little more of the doe that we start the class with in terms of center body and forearm shape. She opens up a little nicer at her pins. I also think you study her from her shoulder to her knee to her hoof. I think she's a little more correct and points a little more north-south than the doe does in second. Doe in second is maybe just a little more massive right at her loin edge. She's a really good touching one. She's probably a touch leaner than the doe that we used to win the class. Again, a very high-quality doe. It's extremely good. Both of those, I think, are fresher. Both of them are leaner. Both of them are just a little more 12 o'clock today as we evaluate them compared to the doe in third. Quality doe in third, no question. She's big-bodied, she's massive, she's stout, she's extremely powerful. Just a little past her prime in my estimation. Just a little softer and less descript as you study her from shoulder to twist. Just like to freshen her up and lean her up a little bit on a relative basis. A nice doe that comes in fourth, maybe a little smaller footed, not quite as much substance. I don't read her to be quite as neat in terms of her top line, but I think she maintains a little more balance and symmetry in terms of her hind leg posture and in terms of her natural with the pins from her hip forward. I like our doe that we've got in fifth. She's big in her cage. She's got a big forearm, a nice chest floor. Just like to open her up as you study the rear third of her body. Congratulations to all these young people as we conclude our last heavyweight class.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in Class 20 is entry 526, Kinsey Statmiller from Dayton, Pennsylvania. Kinsey's doe weighed 127. Second in that class is entry 611, Alexis Youngless from Reading, Pennsylvania, and Alexis doe weighed 124. Third in that class is entry 362, Caden Litton from Boonville, Missouri. Fourth, entry 184, Addison Flynn, Wellington, Ohio. Fifth, entry 190, Kayla Fox from Marquette, Kansas. Sixth, entry 460, Brenna Pennybaker from Hinton, Virginia. Seventh, entry 433, Bailey Moore from Ponito, Indiana. Eighth, entry 595, Alexis Wills from Georgetown, Delaware. Ninth, entry 154, Anna Earls from Mechanicsburg, Illinois. 10th, entry 364, Knox Logan from Charlotte, Tennessee. And 11th, entry 5, Brody Adams from Muncie, Indiana. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now ready to select our Division 5 champion and reserve champion, Wether Dam. Winning Class 17 is entry 535, Olivia Stodmeyer from Sterling, Ohio. Winning Class 18, entry 78, Cheyenne Brunker from Ottawa, Kansas. Winning Class 19, entry 259, Nolan Hogue from Good Hope, Illinois. And winning Class 20, entry 526, Kinsey Statmiller from Dayton, Pennsylvania. Your second place doe in Class 17 is entry 443, Cooper Ostrom from Dorr, Michigan. Second in Class 18 is entry 325, Zoe Knoll from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. Second in Class 19 is entry 404, Maggie McDonald from Magnolia, Arkansas. And second in Class 20 is entry 611, Alexis Youngless from Reading, Pennsylvania. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate all of our champions and reserve champions in each of our classes. Attention in the barn, we need all of our division and reserve division. Our division and reserve divisions to the makeup ring, please. Okay. I don't want to, I didn't know how they fell.
Well, as we've discussed in the other divisions, and we get to our heavyweights, I don't know that's any different. Tremendous quality, 8 awfully good does that beat some really good ones that we left stand or got in the top 5, but aren't able to be out here. And I think, to be candid with you, I'm not sure that this isn't the most difficult division for me, and that's not because the does aren't good. They're excellent and tremendous quality. I just think there's different ways you could go depending on exactly what you want to do in terms of where you put your priorities. I'll share with you how I see them. That young lady spot top does just fundamentally a basic good one. You know, she's not as massive in her underpinning and bone work, but man, she's got the right kind of body shape. She's really big topped, yet she's put together nicely in terms of her chest floor, her shoulder design, her structural integrity. She doesn't have the bells and whistles of some of them standing behind her, but you can do a lot with a piece like that. The young man that was second to her, maybe not quite as long and level hip, but again, an awfully nice doe. That's our class winner out of 2. There's a lot of pieces I love about her. She is really shapely from shoulder down to her loin edge and up through her upper hip. She is dead level from shoulder to tail head. Very, very unique in terms of a market goat type in that particular regard. Her rib shape is awesome. You get her on the 3/4 view, the way the pieces all fit together, she's tremendously good in that regard. You get right behind her, she's got a huge upper hip and pin set. I don't know if she's as deep in her twist and stifle. I don't know that she's as big in terms of her bone work. I don't know that she's quite as exotic through the front 2/3 of her body as the doe that stands right behind her. I think she's a little more opened up at her base. As you get behind her, I think she's a little naturally wider in her pin set. And she's got a tremendous amount of good pieces. The doe that was second to her, we had a trio in that class. That's ultra big-bodied, ultra good in terms of her rib shape, her mass and substance, and really sound, maybe just a little quicker pattern. The doe out of class 3, she too got some really unique pieces. You like her in terms of her tallness of front, her elevation, her length of spine. She's very, very deceiving. As we talked in class, she's got a monster rib cage, a monster loin edge in her, and I appreciate that. She's flexible off both ends of her skeleton, gives you a really unique look. If we change her and we talked in class, I'd open her up as she leaves you in terms of her structure. Just let her leave you a little base wider with a little more substance right there behind. And that's what the doe that was second to her did so extremely well, but didn't quite have the flexibility in her skeleton, didn't have quite the extension up front, but that's an extremely good doe that's second. And really a basic, fundamentally really good doe that comes in our heavy class. She's certainly big rib, she's stout, she's muscular. Is she as stout boned as the one ahead of her? No. Is she as radical in terms of her rib shape and in terms of what she offers handling quality wise compared to class 2? No. But she's awfully good in her own right, awfully hard to knock a hole in her. The doe that was second to her, very, very similar, just not quite as much of her. Excellent heavyweight division. I think it's very, very close. Give these kids a nice hand. I'll congratulate the 2 that I like best.
Selected as your Division 5 champion, Wether is entry 259, Nolan Hogue from Good Hope, Illinois. Congratulations, Nolan. And your reserve Division 5 comes out of Class 18. This is entry 78, Miss Cheyenne Brunker from Ottawa, Kansas. Congratulations again to Nolan and to Cheyenne. Attention in the barn. I need all division and reserve division champions to the makeup ring, please. We are about to select our grand, reserve grand, and top 5 overall Wether dams. Again in the barn, if you are a division or reserve division, we are about to select our grand and reserve and top 5. Please make it to the makeup ring immediately. Ladies and gentlemen, as our champions, division champions are walking in the ring, your Division I champion, entry 334, Harper Langston, Luther, Oklahoma. Her doe weighs 67 pounds. Your champion Division II, entry 455, Paige Pence, New Carlisle, Ohio. Her doe weighs 83 pounds. Your Division III champion, entry 260, Nora Hogue from Good Hope, Illinois. Her doe weighed 95 pounds. Your Division IV champion, entry 427, Katie Miller from Shipshewana, Indiana. Her doe weighed 99 pounds. And your Division V champion, entry 259, Nolan Hogue from Good Hope, Illinois, on a doe weighing 121 pounds. Your reserve divisions. From Division I is entry 183, Charlie Flock from Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Your Division II champion, entry 178, J.C. Falkenstein from Oswego, Kansas. Your Division III champion is entry 425, Braylon Miller from Marion, Ohio. Your Division IV champion, entry 406, Maggie McDonald from Magnolia, Arkansas. And your reserve Division V champion, entry 78, exhibited by Cheyenne Brunker, Ottawa, Kansas. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and give a big Kentucky hello to these great champions on this awesome show we've just had. Ladies and gentlemen, before our judge picks up the microphone and makes his final selections, hey, this guy's been around the North American for an entire week. He is the superintendent of the National Collegiate Livestock Judging Contest. His voice has hung in there pretty good today. But my friends, let's put our hands together for a great job today by Dr. Scott Greiner, professor and extension specialist at the University of Virginia Tech. My good friend, Scott, thank you so much.
Thank you, Kent. Like you said, my voice is about to go. It's been in town since late Thursday night, and most of you, a lot of you have been as well, so you can appreciate that. I'm going to keep this short and sweet. I'm not big on grand drive speeches anyway, but always a great honor to have the chance to sort them on the green shavings, whether that's over in Freedom Hall or in Broadbent or here in the sheep and goat ring. And most of you know this is where my passion's at. It's in the small ruminant world, and so just a great honor to have the opportunity to be here. So first and foremost, thanks to the North American. Thanks to all the folks working behind the scenes to run an efficient show. It went extremely well. Man, this has been incredibly good, and I've said that several times in lots of the classes, and probably every darn one of them. There's a lot of good goats that got beat that aren't in this lineup. There's a lot of them that didn't even make the top 5, and I think it shows where we've kind of come and where this thing's, you think about how far it's come in terms of building good livestock. And to be candid with you, that's all I've tried to do today is just use good livestock. And to me, that's goats that these are weather dams. They're going to produce wethers, and that means they got to have something to them and some substance and have some mass, yet put that on the right kind of a package. It's got some balance, got some structural integrity, got some freshness, and then obviously we want some wow factor, and I think these does do that extremely well. There's some differences as we talked in division. For sure, and I'm not going to pick them all apart again because I think they're all very, very good. They've all got their things that they're really good at, a thing or two that we might fix relative to the others. So it's been a great honor to be with you. This place means an awful lot to me. As Kent said, I've having the opportunity to serve in that capacity as superintendent of the contest. The only thing I'll just depart you with is I just hope and pray that we continue as an industry to keep in mind why we do this. The reason we do this doesn't have a damn thing to do with the goats I talked about all day long. It's about the young people that come through here and what the program does for them. So let's do everything in our power to make sure that we maintain, do it with a great amount of spirit, passion, and competitiveness, but let's do it with integrity and do it the right way. It's been a great blast. I'm going to show you the 5 I like best. Put your hands together for these kids one more time.
Once again, Dr. Scott Greiner. Your grand champion, Wether Dam, is entry 427, Katie Miller, Shipshawana, Indiana. Congratulations, Katie. Reserve in that division is entry 406, Maggie McDonald from Magnolia, Arkansas. And your reserve grand champion, Wether Dam, is entry 259, Mr. Nolan Hogue from Good Hope, Illinois. Congratulations, Nolan. Reserve in that division is entry 78, Cheyenne Brunker from Ottawa, Kansas. And she will be your 3rd overall. Fourth overall is entry 455, Paige Pence from New Carlisle, Ohio. And reserved to her is entry 178, J.C. Falkenstein, and she will be your 5th overall. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our Wether Dam show. We'll see you bright and early right here back on the Green Shavings at 8 o'clock in the morning for our Market Goat Show. Thanks for being here, folks. job, buddy. It's good to see you.